bracket on the live stream soon. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are live from Mid Pond in Alabama for your first round of Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro Am. It's going to be a fun day. It's a little humid out here. We've got some amazing drivers. Practice was looking spicy, and I think we're about to send our first group into the burnout box right now. Good. We'll just play off each other. We'll just play off each other.
Thanks for the introduction, Mike. This is Ryan Koffel over here at the Judges Tower. Today you'll be joining us, watching this sweet drifting competition at Mid Pond. Round one for the year. A little delayed start, but we are excited to see the action. We've been here all morning watching some great practice runs. So judges, you have Tony Scholes, Mike Phillips, who just introduced himself, and myself, Ryan Koffel, and we're getting ready to watch the first run of Connor O'Sullivan and Daniel Morse, both in some S chassis with V8s.
Should be a fun little battle here. Plenty of experience on track for both of these guys, and in practice, they look dialed. And we're getting ready to send our first battle, so we're going to want to see these drivers initiate towards the cone on the left-hand side. The driver that you are looking at to your right is going to be the lead driver. They're going to run through the initiation point as far to that side of the track as possible, jumping right into an outside zone that's going to sweep all the way around to a late apex inside clip. From there, we're going to run right into the pond sweeper. It's a little tricky because it's not a perfect curve. So we're going to see these drivers run that wide line all the way through, choke up a little speed into the hairpin going to the left with another outside zone. After that outside zone, we do have a touch and go further down the track. That's going to run us right down the power alley into the final corner where we want to see heavy, strong angle into that final sweeper. That's where we're really going to see the action. These guys are going to get door to door. I haven't announced in a very, very long time. We'll do it after this one. All right, as we head into the second half of this battle, Connor O'Sullivan was out front with an amazing lead run. We did keep that proximity, but I'd like to see a little bit better in the chase. Now, one note about this competition is very unique. This is a double elimination competition. So essentially we're running a top 32 bracket with a top 16 set of drivers. So you lose once, you're not out. You're going to jump right back in on the other side of the bracket. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner of this battle, but that does not mean that the loser is out. So Connor O'Sullivan took the win on that battle.
Both those drivers just did great for the first run of the day as far as the starting out the brackets. I think really one thing that we're looking for here is filling the outer zones fully and definitely hitting all the interclips and that touch and go specifically. Something that we both noticed, or all three of us noticed really with both the drivers, is that they were coming into the zones and filling them out. We just all felt that O'Sully was able to fill out those zones a little bit better in his lead, and he also did a outstanding job on his chase run. So yeah, something that just basically to give you guys an idea on our criteria as far as what we're looking for, and I definitely think that was a good solid start to this competition of the day.
I definitely agree. Another thing we wanted to make sure that these drivers focused on was proximity. So we do want to see these drivers as close to each other as possible. So we did direct them to limit a little angle to keep that proximity as opposed to kind of opening up those gaps. So we do want to see these drivers as close to each other as possible through the entire run. You'll notice towards the end there, Connor did an amazing surge on that transition, and that's the kind of action we want to see across the entire track. It's a tight course. It does have some kind of, little quirks here and there, but those open up a great opportunity for you to dive in on those transitions, and we really want to see that kind of going into these rounds further and further.
All right, coming up next on this next battle is going to be Trevor Johnstone in the almost green metallic S550 Mustang. Followed by on this one, this then chase, is Dustin Patton in the 350Z with an HR swap. Should be interesting to see how Dustin's able to do in the chase, but we were watching both these guys in practice this morning, and they were both nailing it.
And here we go for our second battle of your Klutch Kickers Round 1 Formula Drift Pro-Am competition. All right, so unfortunately it looks like we do have a little technical issue in our chase driver. We need this lead driver to just run through, finish the run. Yeah. I don't think we're going to commentate during runs. I don't think that's going to work. All right, so we're going to swap these drivers' positions around and let them get after it again. We're going to see if this 350Z can figure it out. Hopefully, whatever challenges they were up against get solved quickly. Is it taking a 5 or?
We're checking in with Dustin, with Ken in the pits to see what's going on with the car and see if it's something we can get fixed within a short amount of time. And then we'll be able to figure out if we're going to send him back out there to do a lead run with Trevor or if it's going to get it back out there.
Wait to change it until after they. Because if he's not calling a 5, this guy's going to run. You need to know about that 5 right away. So that. Is anybody with the radio nearby, Dustin, so we can find out? Okay, we're going to count this as a 5 then. We're going to bring that Mustang back around. Okay, Grid, make sure to let the Mustang know he can go to whatever. All right, so we did have a 5-minute call for Dustin, and so we're going to go ahead and give that a little break, see if they can fix whatever is going on with that 350Z. We are going to run right into our next battle.
So on this next one, we've got Gavin Huang in the FRS BRZ GR86, whatever you'd like to call it. It's got a Turbo K Series in it. And then against him is going to be a recently supercharged LS S13 hatch driven by Jake Clark. This will be an interesting matchup. It's like old versus new almost as far as the chassis go. Should be good to see.
The lead driver is joining us all the way from Taiwan. He's driving a Jerry Yang car, and here they go. Double zero, for example, not claiming anything, but if we have a double zero, are we going first out? Yeah, let's see. So he doesn't zero until later, but he zeros, obviously. Okay, so now he's still here, and now he zeros.
Yeah, he's zero there for sure.
But it's zero later.
Yeah.
So are we going just nulls, or are we going zeros later? Because he has slight advantage.
I think we should go right now. I think we should just zeros across the board on the first run and then just see how the next run goes.
All right, we're just doing a little extra research on this run. Obviously, there were some mistakes on both ends, and we just want to do our due diligence and make sure that our call is correct. Just one. he'd already zeroed though.
Yeah.
He zeroed in the first corner when he straightened up to reinitiate.
Had a huge correction, but he did not straighten. Yeah, he didn't straighten. He did overshoot it, but he didn't straighten. Huge correction, but not a zero.
Okay, so he's got a correction, but then he zeroes over here. You're deeming fault to lead driver.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it was lead driver's fault there, but I also do want to point out that he totally missed that inner clip over here, like by a country mile. Yeah, the lead driver there. So I don't know if y'all factor that in, considering they both zeroed. Yeah.
Right.
Let's finish out Trevor and Dustin. Let's send Trevor next.
Okay. Did we have two off? We had two off on that corner, right? In the first run?
Yes.
That was verified two off over there. We're questioning causation here.
Yep.
Okay. So at this point I think we're good to put aside. Okay, what were the driver names again one more time?
Clark and S13, Gavin and the RSPRC.
Okay.
Jake Clark.
I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion here, but I'm an OMT.
You know what? I actually was thinking that whenever it first happened.
What did you write down?
So I just put that he had a really good lead run. Like he had a great lead as far as that went. And I honestly think that Gavin followed up well. There was only one spot he kind of straightened to dart back in to get back on the door right in this there.
Yep.
But I thought that was a total polar 180 like what it needed to be from the first run. And I would like to see it again. Me personally. Right now. Yeah. Definitely. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta write it down before we talk.
Okay, sorry.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and give them a chance to clean up both of those runs because we're going to go one more time. This was not a unanimous decision. We did have some deliberation, and we were looking at where those mistakes were made, how egregious they were, and the effects that they made on the other drivers. And the conclusion was just a little bit of a split. So we're going to get to see that again. So we're going to we got to give them time to chill. Yeah, you got to tell them one more time. But they can.
Have to send him around.
Yeah.
So to that point of doing it one more time for those two getting off track, Jake Clark and Gavin, we are going to resume the we're going to resume the Dustin and Trevor battle now that we've gotten all of our situation figured out with the 350Z of Dustin's. So he's about to pull up to do his lead. We've got our notes from the previous run, so we're going to put this one together and see how it goes.
Can you send him the link for the record? He's got it. You can send it to him. Yeah. Yeah. 404-542-0592. So you didn't select it yet? One more time? Yep. Just click outside of the box and it'll go back. All right, so we're going to revisit the second half of this battle. Just a reminder, there was a 5-minute call. Hopefully, they got that car sorted out and they can show us what he can do in the lead. He was ripping in practice, so it'd be great to see what he can do here. All right, well, that was a hard-fought battle. It did get a little tricky with a dirt drop in one corner, but then unfortunately everything got thrown away. So we do have a winner in this case, and that's going to be
Trevor Johnson in the S550. Definitely the loudest car here, that's for sure, and looks like we're going to see him move on to the next round.
I've got a headset on and my ears were still rattling.
Just saw that guy drive at Atlanta Motorsports Park at the July 4th event, and he actually set the record ever at that track for the loudest recorded decibel reading of any car that's driven there.
I am not surprised. It is a Mustang. Typically they have 5 minutes to do whatever between. So just whenever they can come back out. Did we send that by? Oh wait, no, there was no by because the Z came back. All right, coming up next, we're gonna have a super exciting buy run. All right, this car is super fun to watch on the track. So the fact that we have a buy means he can kind of let it all out. This thing sounds nuts. It's a ton of fun to watch, and this car is locked in. So we're gonna see Lee get after it on his buy run.
All right, so yeah, like he was saying, this is going to be an exciting one to watch. This is a RB26 S15 Sylvia, a little bit lower than the other competition here in terms of ride height. A little style going on. We'll see what he can do. He was absolutely shredding in practice like all these guys were, but he definitely knows how to put on a show. And being a buy run, let's see what he can do.
Little Birdie told us that he's also nursing a clutch issue. So I don't believe a clutch is going to put you in the dirt like that, but at least we got a good first couple corners to see that thing and listen to that RB sing. Nonetheless, he will be moving on since he was battling nobody. All right, coming up next is going to be Huey Carney and Harrison Johnson These guys are definitely not neighbors. Huey is coming straight out of England, and Harrison is representing Cam's training facility out of Hutto, Texas, just north of Austin. I like that place. I'm partial. Hey, I'm offended. Yeah, because I'm a professional. I've been doing this my whole life. All right, Harrison and Huey are going to head into the burnout box and get ready for battle. Both of these drivers have a ton of experience. Huey is getting after it over there in England, and Harrison has been a local legend for quite some time. So this will be a fun battle of some folks that are not necessarily from the area that traveled out here just to have some fun drifting around the pond.
That's right, and Huey definitely has an interesting car here compared to the others here. He's got this Naoki Nakamura replica S13, but with a V8, so it'll be exciting to see how he's able to throw down in a car that he's not used to here stateside.
Yeah, Huey's been in town for about a week, and they've just been working on that car, trying to make it work, working out the bugs, the kinks, getting the setup dialed in, and he said he wasn't really feeling great in the car until just recently. So he was looking dialed in practice, and so was Harrison, so this should be a great battle. Thankfully, it's a double elimination competition, so we're going to be able to see both of them at least twice. Huey throwing on a crazy lead, basically jumping the car out of turn 3. That was insanity, but Harrison was unfazed. Some great proximity in there. Would have liked to see him a little bit closer, but overall, pretty solid battle. I'm going to switch him around and run it back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a winner, and it's going to be Huey from England. So there was just a little edge on Huey's side. Harrison on that first corner in the lead run, he was just a little outside of that zone for the whole way. And I think, in my opinion, that's what sealed the deal there. Everything else was great. Huey had an amazing chase in the middle of that run, but he did get pulled away on a little bit, and he tried to cheat it in that last corner, trying to do a little catch-up. But if Harrison had filled that zone, I think we might have been seeing that happen once again.
I totally agree. I think that was some of the best proximity we've seen so far today with Huey. He was just on him like white on rice. I mean, you could not throw down something in front of him that he couldn't keep up with. And yeah, just like what Mike was saying, I think there was just one or two zones that could have been better done by the lead. So we had to give that one to Huey.
Huge thanks to our live stream partners here for these replays. It's making things amazing to review these runs. All right, coming up, we're going to see the second half of this, or sorry, not second half. We're going to see this one more time battle. I guess it does become a second half if there's 4 runs. And that is not what we want to see. A little contact in there. We are going to review this replay just to make sure that we can fully understand what happened. What the judges are going to do is we're going to sit back, we're going to take a look at this and determine who was at fault for that contact, and then give the driver not at fault an opportunity. Decides to put hands on their car, they wouldn't comply. This was their fault. You can't get a benefit on this. The FRS can go over their vehicle and see if there's any damage that needs to be repaired if they want, without using their 5 minute, because they were hit by the other driver and no fault to them. All right, so we are giving the lead driver, who was deemed not at fault for the contact, an opportunity to go take a look at his car if he wants. So we are waiting for the decision on that. So we did notice that the chase driver surged in a little too hard. He hit that front right wheel, which sent the lead driver off into the grass. And because of that, we have given him the opportunity to take a look at his car, make sure everything is straight, because it wasn't his fault that he got bumped.
that drone footage there doesn't really show it and give it justice as it should. The grass here at Mid Pond, if you're not familiar with the inside of this course, definitely has some bumps and dips that are tough to see here. So I bet you he probably needs to take a look and nut and bolt some things on the front of that car just to make sure. We want to keep everybody safe.
All right, so Gavin has elected to inspect the car. I think that's a good decision. He was hitting the wheel, and your steering is kind of important when it comes to drifting. While we wait for that, we are going to roll into the next battle. So we're going to get these next two drivers rolling into the burnout box. And that's going to be, I believe, it looks like Cam Roman and Austin Bates. Austin running the police car livery, Cam in the V8 BMW.
Looks like everything checks out all right on the K-Series FRS-BRZ, and he is getting back on track now. That's great to see. Hate to see someone taken out with something like that, and we'd love to finish off this this one more time rebattle.
He definitely came with a full team, and they were well prepared, so we just wanted to make sure that he was able to check that out. Looks like we are going to run into this next battle, and then we will revisit the second half of that battle after the conclusion of this. All right, we're getting ready to send the next battle. All right, so one note for everybody that's watching on the stream, that brown smoke is dirt. And unfortunately, we really do not want to see you putting those tires in the dirt. We gave the drivers an option. If they wanted to be able to utilize the rumble strips. But with choosing that option, we also put a little bit heavier emphasis on if you're putting one tire off the course. Now, 2 tires is a 0, but 1 tire off, because of the discussion we had in the drivers' meeting, is going to be heavily deducted. So we're going to take a look here and see exactly what's going on after the second half of this battle is done.
All right, we're going to re-review both these runs, put them back to back on our judges table, and take a look back over and review our notes, and then come up with a decision.
All right, so we do have a decision, and again, this was not unanimous, but we are going to go with
The police car Mustang, driven by Austin Bates on this one.
both ends of that run were not what we wanted to see in a lot of sections of the track. So nobody really filled a lot of these zones, but there were some further away from the zones than others in situations. But it was very close. I was very torn, personally, but unfortunately, that's just how it shakes out. So luckily, it's a double elimination bracket, and we will see Cam back again today. We are going to revisit the second half of that battle that we had running, where we had a little bit of contact. Looks like the cars are back together, everything's good to go, and they're sent. How much of those little issues in that run will be based on the steering of the vehicle, but looks like he's fighting some different issues in this run. It's going to make it a little challenging to come to a decision here. Someone and then walk on him in the lead and then run away with the win. we're taking just a second to look over these runs one more time. We're just going to get into some details, a little rule book action. Obviously, this is not a clean-cut situation, so we're going to deliberate and get back to you. Well, the second one, Gavin was toast. Yeah, exactly. Like he zeroed out over here when his car started sputtering. Yeah. I mean, that's why I said that. Yeah. Because it's so not I mean, essentially, you have two good lead runs and no chases. Is the way you have to look at it. Because when he zeroed out, he had a good lead. Judging two good leads. Yeah, it was two good leads with no chase. That's no so chase. Hard to call. Because you have to consider that first one a good lead because he couldn't finish. Do it. All right. So after some heavy deliberation and just kind of reviewing everything the way we're looking at this criteria, we are going to see that battle one more time. So essentially what we had was two good leads. Gavin wasn't able to complete his lead because he was hit in his lead, but up to that point, his lead was pretty good. And in the same way, the chase driver, who then switched to the lead, also had a great lead run with some, areas of improvement available as well. But because of that, we never saw a single chase that was functional all the way through, and we are going to run that back. Is that a third? For a third time.
With something like this, with having the driver count that we do, it does make sense to go back and do this because it is very tough to judge two lead-only essentially runs. So we just want to know, we know that these drivers can put their best foot forward, and so far between these two drivers we've not been able to see that due to the circumstances. So really, it might seem strange to do one more time again, but I think it will be the best to be able to get everybody together to be able to put their best foot forward.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish this one out by watching the last half of Frank DeLeon's bye run. So I can stop leaning on you for the names. Terrible.
All right, so might seem a little wackadoodle here just for a second, but what we're doing here is since we've got that other one more time happening with Jake, Clark, and Gavin, we went ahead and did Frank's buy run, as Mike was just saying, and now we've got Dustin Patton and Daniel Morse on our first of the double elimination side of the bracket for this competition.
Well, unfortunately, Dustin Patton is bowing out of competition with a broken vehicle. So that is going to give Daniel Morse basically a buy run on his way in, as long as he can come off the line here. All right, Dustin's going to get a buy run in this round. Let's see if he takes that whole run or if he's going to just take it easy and initiate the corner. We got Daniel taking advantage of that. There's a couple sections on that track he's going to need to clean up if he's going to make it far in this bracket. But I do like that he went out and did a full pull out there.
I agree. It's good to see a good attitude like that from a driver, especially who's someone who's ended up in this side of the bracket, just to have a good attitude and wanting to get back out there. I know earlier in the pits, whenever we had our quick lunch break before the comp started, he was talking down on his own car, saying that he was going to have trouble making it out here with his 3UZ instead of an LS. But he is definitely, when life gives you lemons, he's making lemonade. That's for sure.
Man, as soon as I found out about that motor swap, I had to run over and ask him to pop the hood. It's such a unique swap. The last one of those I saw was a A86 in like 2006 up in Evergreen Speedway. It's been a while.
That's insane. That motor was almost brand new then.
I think I'm showing my age. I believe that was a 1UZ that was in that A86. We're gonna skip past that one. I appreciate the context. All right, so we are wrangling up the drivers as we move into these next layers of the bracket. We are going to take a little siesta, kind of cool down a little bit in this beautiful humidity, and take a look at the ducks over here as they're floating around the pond.
I love how the entire flock of ducks is completely unfazed by any drifting whatsoever by this point. It is great to see them get some pretty decent proximity themselves to some of these cars on track.
I think the best part is that they are on the track side of the pond. Like, they have no fear. They give no ducks. Harrison's driving Cam's dad's car.
And they're both like the same, like, is that midnight purple?
That's a like weird chromatic wrap. I love them.
Yeah. Mr. Chrome. But you can order that new now.
before we move on to the.
Yeah, I would assume we would do Harrison Cam. What do you think, Tony? Would it make?
Thanks for sticking around with us. We're just working through. All right, coming up, we have another battle from our losers bracket. This is going to be Cam Roman versus Harrison Johnson. Harrison is driving Cam's dad's Corvette. Harrison and Cam come out of Cam's training facility, aptly named after Cam. They are a team out of Hutto, Texas. So this is going to be a fun little internal battle. They definitely have had a ton of laps together. I was out there a couple weeks ago, and they were tandeming in some of the most random cars on gravel. So this is going to be quite the battle. They trust each other, and we're going to see how it shakes out. All right, so I'm sure you all saw that. There was a little mistake in the chase there by Harrison. He's leaving that door wide open for Cam, but Cam has to make sure that he gets a solid chase in. We don't want to see any sandbagging. We don't want to see a massive gap between him and the chase. But it is Cam's to lose right now, out of the losers bracket. We're going to spin him around and send him. Well, it wasn't quite what we wanted to see in the first run, but man, that second run was amazing. Probably one of my favorite battles yet so far. Great chase by Cam. He had no reason to push as hard as he did, and he still went 100%. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, that was definitely a fantastic run. A very chaseable lead run, that's for sure. Definitely looked super predictable. It's almost like you knew where he was going to be before he was there for us and his good friend in the chase position.
All right, and we do have a winner, as predicted. That is Cam Roman.
All right, pulling back on track now is going to be Jake Clark and Gavin. Hopefully the last of the 3 runs that we've given them, the run sets. We're going to see how this plays out. I really do hope the best for both of them. I know they can definitely throw down with the best of them.
I know. It's rough. Don't worry, yeah, I think they'll figure it out this time. It's just one of those tricky ones. Yeah, it'll load after this. All right, we're going to run into the version 3 of this one more time battle. Hopefully, we can get through these and start moving on with our bracket. But, I mean, if they both do amazing, we might have to see it a 4th time. Them. Because they're not done yet. Well, you'll see it right there, and then it should populate. I had 2 off.
All right, so on that run, Gavin in the lead position, he had a 2 off, and then right there on that last hairpin, he had a 1 off. So we are definitely going to take that into consideration for this battle.
All right, time for the conclusion of this saga, hopefully. All right, well, Gavin was looking great, and then he opened that window up a little bit. This is going to be some deliberation going on here.
All right, unanimously we've decided this one goes to Jake Clark, the decision after 3 more total battles. Now I really think that Jake's got a good chance to climb up the ranks. That was definitely tough to work his way out of those 3 battles with Gavin, but we finally did make a conclusion. For all you guys watching the live stream at home, we do have a link on this stream for the live bracket that we are updating, so that way you guys can keep up with what's going on with both ends of this double elimination bracket.
And just keep in mind, this is a double elimination bracket, so if it looks a little weird and you see a bunch of extra stuff compared to your normal March Madness or traditional competition bracket, that's because we give these drivers 2 opportunities to lose. I don't think there's a better solution for traveling across the country for a competition in drifting than to have 2 chances to battle. Typically you drive all over the country, you have 1 battle. If you lose that battle, you are done, but in this situation, you get a second chance. It definitely makes for a little less nerve-wracking first battle, but then that second one comes around and it's all on the line. So really love that from Mid-Pond. It's fun seeing how they break it down. Klutch Kickers is really kind of changing the game here with this, but it does lead to a really complicated looking bracket for a little bit.
And to that point, now we've got 2 pulling up to the line. This is on the 2 winners from earlier battles. This one's going to be Connor O'Sullivan versus Trevor Johnson. Got an LS S14 and a Coyote S550.
So just a reminder, Klutch Kickers is a Formula Drift licensing series. So the winner of the series does get a Formula Drift professional license going straight into the Pro Spec series. However, Connor is already a pro driver. So these guys are having to fight for their license against licensed drivers. He is not in his pro car, but he is a pro. So he was holding his own there for a while, and then just that last corner got away from him.
Let's see if Connor can put down a chase run as good as his lead here. See if he can fill out all these zones or try and maintain some great proximity.
Connor had no reason to stay that close to the lead driver, but he was still putting on a show and dove in at the end. Unnecessary risk, but we are here for it. Great chase by Connor. It's just unfortunate that that first run went the way it did. I'd love to see this again, but I do believe we have a loser's bracket, so there might be a chance.
Yeah, Trevor is definitely someone to watch. So either way, no matter who ends up going with this one as far as the win goes, which we should have an answer for you guys shortly, that was great, and I'd love to see either one of them back in some battles.
And Connor O'Sullivan is going to get the win here. I don't think anybody expected anything else after that unfortunate off-roading adventure. But he's got a chance to clean that up. All right, you know, it's humid out here, so that dust is going to stick to the car. Let's keep him clean.
Speaking of which, as you can see Trevor pulling off the track, he is already showing everyone why this place is aptly called Mud Pond sometimes.
I was literally just going to comment that he's trying out a new livery. Thanks, y'all, for hanging in with us. We're just getting the grid all broken out and organized. We do have Lee out there getting ready, and he is going to be doing battle with Jake Clark, who just came out of that 3-battle gauntlet against Gavin there. Yeah, throw him the headset. Yeah, we're waiting on Jake Clark to pull up. Yeah. Yeah, dude, or do they have a mic? Yeah, if they have a mic over here. Is it a travel mic? They normally should have a travel one for the pits. They've done it before.
All right, looks like Jake Clark is finding his way back onto the track to meet Lee Yearwood out there. Looks like it's going to be battle of the S chassis, 13 versus 15. Two similar chassis, but two totally different engine and drivetrain setups.
Hey, can you guys hear me in your mics?
Yes, we can. Who are we talking to?
Well, there's a car going by, but I think the mics pick it up, right? Cool. Yeah, so this is Dustin with Dustin Motors, that beautiful green Z that had the worst showing possible.
Well, Dustin, what happened there, buddy? We were excited to watch you do something cool, and you did not deliver.
Yeah, so I decided to have some cam sensor issues, and that was not ideal. So it obviously puts it in a reduced power. Then the second cam decided to also go, so I had no power at all, and it was breaking up.
Can you enlighten us on the other thing you broke?
Oh yeah, I decided to break my axle because I was upset.
These are adult decisions that you're making, sir. It is unfortunate that you broke your car.
With all the emotions I went through, I don't know if you guys know, I drove all the way from Orlando, Florida by myself. My crew wasn't able to come up because of cancellations and stuff. So drove all the way up from Florida by myself, crewed for myself, and had great time practice. And as soon as I started the car to go out for my run, it decided to sound weird. So kind of a crappy way to end it, but happy to be here.
Well, I'm pretty sure I've known you for just a few hours, and my assumption is that you're still going to make the best of it. I would say you are the most positive guy in the pits, and if it was going to happen to anybody and still maintain a positive mindset, unfortunately it was you.
Yeah, I can say positive. I'm actually really pumped for everybody out there going through the losers bracket. Danny gets a win against me and gets to move forward, and I know you got your battle coming up right now, so I'll let you guys run the show. And if I find some drivers, maybe we'll do some interviews.
Well, hey, thanks for joining us and giving us an update on your situation. We're so sorry to hear about it.
That was solid. Honestly, took my words away. That was fantastic. What do you guys think?
I'm pretty sure Jake is showing us the result of having 3 straight battles. That was an insane chase, but man, that lead is exactly what we want to see. He left the biggest pocket, perfect, flowy, on throttle where he needed to be, no choking up, no games. That was so smooth, so clean, like he's been the entire day. Great run by Lee. Great chase by Jake. I can't wait to see the second half of this.
Can't agree more. That was exactly what you want to see.
We are definitely going to need to take a look at this replay a few times. I'm pretty sure we had a start stand get run over. We had some contact. We're going to unpack this one for a little bit. So sit back and watch this solo mostly run a few times. We're going to need to dig into it. All right, everybody. Thanks for hanging in with us. We are just trying to figure out who hit the start light. So we're gonna lean on our replay team to dig that up. A little chucking the deuce to the drone on the way out of that last corner there. A little styly, but we just want to figure out who hit that and take a look at that that start line deal there. It looks like what is that? Is that a? Anyways, yeah, we just want to figure that part out. And then we can make a decision. All right, we're going to review this. Oh, it was Lee that hit it. All right, so I think we're going to go back and do some deliberation, and we'll have an answer for you shortly. If Jake hit the start, I would have suggested we rerun it.
Yeah.
That second half.
That was the second half. They ran a minute ago. And
Okay, wait. So lead driver did not strike a center divider. Chase driver struck a center divider.
Yes.
So that should be null.
And then chase driver hit lead driver.
And then chase driver, you're right. So 100%.
Yes, the first half was.
Yeah, the first half was amazing.
Was like perfect.
Lee. Or no. Who did you say? Jake Clark, yeah. All right. Unfortunately, we did find out that it was Lee that hit the start light, and then it was Lee that hit Jake. We did not see any other big issues there, so it is going to be Jake that moves on.
Yeah, I'll definitely need to clean up some of those rear panels there so they're not flopping around. But aside from that, yeah, that will be Jake moving on to the next run. In the meantime, we've got, who's this? This one's going to be the police car Mustang and the Naoki replica V8 with the driver from England. Wow, that is a mouthful.
You got through it. I'm proud of you. Another fun fact, we're going to still see Lee again because, as we talked about, this is a double elimination bracket. So it might get a little confusing, but if somebody gets knocked out, you might see him again.
They're pulling up to the start line now. It'll be led with Huey Carney, as I mentioned earlier, in the S13 with the LS all the way from England, followed by Austin Bates in the S197 Mustang.
I don't know if this shows up on the live stream as well as I see it in person, but when Huey comes around that corner right before the final turn, that car is jumping all over the place, but it is absolutely locked at angle. It is the craziest thing.
That is the Naoki way. Nice and hoppy, but definitely putting the car where he needs it to be.
I think Huey's out for blood today. I would like to see a little bit more proximity in the chase, but we're going to see how he does in the lead. All right, we're going to flip him around and send him back. All right, so we're going to send Huey on to the next round, and that's going to send Austin into, I believe, the loser's bracket. So he will have another chance to get after it. Now, one thing to note, we did ask them to focus more on proximity than anything else. So Huey was sacrificing some zones in order to gain that proximity, but that was based on the conversations that we had in the driver's meeting. So I would like to see Huey a little bit deeper in those zones in the chase, but you know, that's the proximity won there.
Absolutely right, and to that point, that was another thing that we noticed with that last lead run there from the Mustang. There were a couple zones that he definitely could have filled out better, but whenever you looked right there on that follow door, Huey was right there. Well, that's one way to do a buy run for sure.
Well, fun fact about Frank, he really likes the Nico drop, and it seems he's trying to find his own way to do it at mid-pond.
Yeah, and again, the way that the bracket drawing was done in the beginning, it might be odd to see Frank come out here with 2 buy runs back to back, but that is just that's how the cookie crumbled with it.
Stay classy. Frank pulled up in the other lane like he's going to go send another one. I think Frank just wants to come out and put on a show for us. Frank tried to tease us. We thought he was going to go send it for another one. Holding up the show, Mr. Frank.
Yeah, that was definition of never let them know your next move.
And just an update on the Ducks. They are now in the pond watching the competition. We should probably do the second half of Loser before we do the third half of.
We have enough to do league. Roman Johnson never got carried out.
All right, so we are just waiting for these drivers to get their stuff together, get locked into those cars, and put their safety equipment on. Just working through this bracket. The loser bracket does throw a little wrench in the works, so we love this concept, but we're going to work through the bugs a little bit. So here's a little update on some of the cars that we got going on. Looks like we've got a tire change in progress, and fun fact, ladies and gentlemen, that is paint on that car. That is not a wrap. It is extra glossy. It updated. Yep. So Daniel Byron and then. He hasn't finished his Byron.
Skip that buy run and just go straight to the Bates flank, and then so you can put Daniel against someone, or do you?
Yeah, send Daniel for his buy. Thanks for hanging around with us, everybody. Sorry about the little pause in the action. Just trying to make sure everybody is good to go, and we're giving them every opportunity to be prepared. In the meantime, you can head over to the Klutch Kickers Instagram. Make sure to give that a like, a follow, whatever the social media kids say these days, and follow along this journey. I believe it's 5 rounds, and the champion at the end of this series will get a Formula Drift Pro Spec license. Formula Drift is the premier national series for drifting in the United States. They have series across the globe, but the U.S. series for Formula Drift is basically drifting's NFL. All right, so we're going to take a look at some bye runs from the loser bracket. First up is going to be Trevor Johnstone, and followed by Daniel Moore. So these guys are going to just show us that their car functions. As long as they make it past the start finish or the start initiation line, they are effectively moving on to the next round. So all we need to see is him leave the line and start to drift. The hope is that he puts on a show. Everybody be prepared for Mustang noises. So would a Mustang exhaust note be the new version of Song of the South? I'm not going to lie, I am disappointed. He had the opportunity to let it freedom ring and cut it short. So hopefully there was an issue with the car and not an issue with the driver just not wanting to finish a run.
Trevor's not the kind of guy to not want to put on a show, and I did see a almost wall of tires by his pit, so I'm not quite sure what that was about. Maybe he's just trying to play it cool. Maybe the car has tendency to run hot. Who knows?
He did seem to be making a few kind of steering feels. He's doing a couple quick lefts and rights, so maybe there's something with the vehicle that he's not quite happy with and just didn't want to chance it. Again, I hope that's the reason, because I was really excited to see him with a no-holds-barred solo run.
Up next is going to be that 3UZ S13 from Daniel Morris coming in for his bye run as well. And then once we get back done with these, we'll go back to the normally scheduled battles.
I cannot get over the shine on this car. Every time he whips that thing around, I get hit with a beam of sunlight, and it's not coming from the chrome graphics. That paint job is insane.
As they say, paint is not dead, and I don't think it ever will.
To be fair, we are running a pretty tight quarters track, so, I mean, hopefully it comes out unscathed, but I'm also going to kind of hope we see a little tire mark on that door before the day is over. All right, thankfully he decided to put on a little show. Played it safe in the early parts, but he turned it up there at the end. You get to the edge of that far sweeper, and things get bouncy, and he's just floating right through it. Great suspension setup on that car. I am impressed. I feel like this track would be a setup nightmare with the undulation, the bouncing, the difference in surfaces in certain sections. We go from asphalt to concrete. We have asphalt to concrete. And these guys are making it look easy. I am very impressed.
Yeah, this track definitely has gone through some changes in terms of how it drives with the different bumps and humps and lumps and things across the pavement and different types of pavement and that. Definitely something that helps to have some familiarity with the track. And then also, yeah, suspension is key for this.
I love that these drivers are taking a little opportunity to feel the track out. It does change over time. The sun moves its position, changes the way the track is going to grip up. You get a little delay, and the track could change. Cam might have made some setup changes in the middle of that last loss, so could have been testing some grip. But we're gonna see a fun battle here between Lee and Cam.
Yeah, this one should definitely be good. We saw a very great run out of Lee earlier before that last one, and then we all saw how well Cam was able to do with his partner in crime there earlier. I would love to see how this one pans out. This is also another great benefit of double elimination. You get to see some good matchups aside from just the one main bracket.
I'm telling you, I've never seen a double elimination drift event, and I was so excited when I heard about it, and this right here is why I was excited. Let's see how they go. In case anybody was wondering why I'm so excited every time Lee comes up to the line, he just showed you. That was incredible on the lead. Cam just sitting there in the pocket, amazing proximity. Took a little time to settle in, but once he was there, he was locked in. So this is going to be a fun second half of the battle here.
Another thing to note, we did go over in the drivers' meeting with their suggestions that filling out the zone to the very edge is something that is risky. And if you go off, like we said earlier, there is going to be some docked points for dropping wheels. But it looks like Lee was unfazed by that decision entirely and just proceeded to put his rear wheels on the absolute edge of those outer zones.
Yeah, we let these drivers know that the rumble strips are not docking you points, but they are not gaining you points. So the seam between the rumble strip and the asphalt is where we want to see those drivers run, but we gave them the option to go wide.
All right, we're going to do a little bit of deliberation. Both drivers there did great on both those runs. We're going to sit back and watch those again just to walk us through it so we can make a decision, hopefully unanimous, and get back with you guys on the result.
And following this, it looks like we're going to have Gavin Klein versus Austin Bates coming up on the loser. do have another not unanimous decision. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to see that battle one more time. I need a crowd cheer to be thrown in as like an audio track. Did that little checkup. When Cam did that little bobble check, that's where I swung it because I work off a needle, right? So I do a lean side, and I had him, and then I saw that bobble and leaned in, and like, that's where I was at the equal.
The first run was the second one had
All right, so just some insight on that decision. We had a unanimous decision up until one correction by Cam that swayed a couple of the judges. So that one correction, one little mistake, is the difference between a win and having to run it back. So we are definitely going to see that again. I'm excited to see both of those drivers. It looked like Cam might have turned it up a little bit, and Lee was just doing Lee things. So that's going to be a fun one more time to look forward to as we roll into a whole different kind of battle. We've got a Mustang versus a FRS BRZ Subaru whatever with a Honda motor. This is definitely an interesting combination.
All right, this is going to be Austin Bates leading Gavin Huang. Yep, so S197 leading out on the FRS BRZ, Toyota, Scion, whatever you want to call it.
We'd really like to see a little bit closer from Gavin there in the chase. Just seemed to take a little while for him to lock in on that run, but there in the middle he started to get there, and then unfortunately we saw the brown smoke, which is never a good sign. So we're going to flip these guys around, and you never know what's going to happen, but right now there's a pretty steep hill to climb for Gavin, and we're going to see how the Mustang does in the chase.
This one's going to be up to Austin Bates to provide some good proximity for us and definitely see if he can put his best foot forward on this. I think both drivers do have a good chance, but like Mike was saying, it'll be tough for Gavin.
That second tire drop, or the tire drop in the lead for Gavin. So Gavin had a tire drop in the lead towards later. That moved my needle. One tire.
I also think Austin
in the chase. he had one tire drop.
Now, my thing was Austin filled out the zones really well on the first run, and then the second one, he had very, very consistent proximity the whole time, pretty much. And yeah, there was like some where he's having to dart back in to catch up, but a lot of that was from the
All right, we had another one that was not unanimous, but it was a tight one. Unfortunately, like we said in that drivers meeting, those one tire off, we gave you a little extra track, but we did not say you had to use it. And unfortunately for Gavin in that chase, he had that one tire drop. We saw the brown smoke, and I think that's what moved the needle. And Gavin, unfortunately, is gonna go ahead and hang out for the rest of the evening. He's promoted to spectator, and we're going to see Austin moving forward.
Yeah. Oh, you're getting cooked? Yeah, yeah. We got probably another foot to go over, too. Do you want... No, you're good. We can go all the way over. I do have beer if you guys are interested.
I'll wait until after. All right, so we are going to get this bracket situated and sorted out. We're going to get another battle up here soon for y'all. Thank you for tuning in to round one of the Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Licensing Series. Again, at the end of this season, one driver is going to achieve his dreams and hit the Pro Spec Formula Drift Series. Yeah, I forget who we had on that one. No, that was one more time, right? All right, so due to the nature of the bracket, we are jumping around just a little bit. This is one byproduct of the double elimination. But, you know, we were talking about Formula Drift, and up next is going to be a Formula Drift driver. That's going to be Connor O'Sullivan in the O'Sully car, and he's going up against...
It's going to be Jake Clark in the S13 with the beaten and battered rear end from that earlier battle with Lee Yearwood. So, yeah, I think this one's going to be a good show. It's going to be someone who's already got his way into FD and a youngster that's coming up in the ranks very quickly. Hot off the heels of a ADC, the American Drift Challenge event not too long ago, and he is itching for this win, if I had to imagine.
How old was Jake again?
I'm pretty sure he's 15 or 16. He's very young, definitely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he said he started drifting when he was 12. This kid drifting situation, I think Gavin's actually pretty young as well. But these young kids coming to drifting is just impressive. There's a few that are in there now. I think there was like a 15-year-old that just won Pro Spec in the last round, and you got another 16-year-old in there. I think Hiro Manoa was super young. It gets crazy. These kids are coming out, and it's really fun to watch. You know, a younger generation just show up and crush the competition. It's wild. Hold on, we're going to let Frank be loud. We don't have any fancy digital, this is how the run's supposed to look with the fake AI car and all of that. But if you want to know what the track layout is supposed to look like and what a perfect run is, Connor O'Sullivan just showed you. He rode every single one of those seams perfectly, did not take too much risk running into the rumble strips. Incredible lead by Connor.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. That was a fantastic run for sure. We don't do scored runs for sure. We just do win-loss, but I would say that would be a very high score if you were doing it as a numbered score. Another thing to note, we did go over in the drivers' meeting that we would love to see early setup on some of these outer zones, so that way you start and end the outer zone with your wheels back there in those zones, and he did that flawlessly on every single one just then.
What a battle, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite the exciting chase there. Connor leaving no room for error on that first transition. I'm pretty sure those bumpers touched.
Again, just to remind you guys how young Jake Clark is and the talent there. And like we were saying earlier, there is some incredible talent coming up with some of the next generation coming into drifting. Even there's a Carly Suddeth in our crowd right now, who is a young drifter who's definitely working her way through the ranks, and we are urging her desperately to come out to the next round because she would be extremely competitive, just like Jake Clark is.
And you just have to think about what's going through these kids' heads. You know, Connor is a professional. Connor has the job that he wants, and he just threw it down. There's no pressure, no stress. He just laid it all out there. This is it's so impressive to see with these kids. All right, we're just going to wait a little bit. We want to get a replay of that first half of the battle just to make sure, for good measure, that we are judging this correctly. Again, this does give you a license for Formula Drift. So when we're looking at these runs, these battles, we want to make sure that we're, picking through them with a fine-tooth comb. Make sure that every little element of these runs is captured so that we can fully judge these runs. Ladies and gentlemen, we might have a small field, but we are going to keep seeing some amazing battles because that one is also going to go one more time, and it was not unanimous again. It's just one correction away from winning a battle, and these guys just, it just shows you one little thing, one little bobble, one little accidental surge, you miss a zone. That could be all the difference. You have to stay locked in through the whole course, and when you have a course like this that's elevation changes, surface changes, all of that, it's very easy to make a small mistake, and that's what it's going to take.
And to that end, yeah, like we were saying, that is going to be a one more time for Jake Clark and O'Sullivan there. We do very much want to see both of them come back out anyway, and now we get a genuine reason to.
Unfortunately, we were going to see a battle between Lee and Cam Roman, but unfortunately, Cam has called a 5-minute timeout. So they are going to put some hands on that car and get it sorted and ready for battle. In the meantime, I do believe we have another battle staged and ready for you, and that's going to be Huey Carney and Frank DeLeon. Fun fact, Huey is driving Frank's car.
All right, so if you guys aren't keeping up with the bracket link on the live stream, just to kind of give you guys a heads up on where we're at. So right now we are in the semifinals for the winners bracket right now, and this is going to be, like we were saying earlier, Huey Carney in the S13 and Frank DeLeon in the S14, and we are going to give the basically, we're going to see how this plays out, and then that person will go on and face whoever wins on that one more time from Jake and Connor from earlier.
Incredible chase by Frank DeLeon. So these guys have driven together a ton. They're good friends. Frank is actually the one who helped Huey get over here. Huey actually spent some time on Drift Week with Lone Star Drift, and that was insanity. I was going to make a joke. The running joke is that Huey, Frank is always in Huey's way when they tandem, but I think in that situation, Huey was in Frank's way because Frank was on rails. Incredible battle. I can't wait to see the second half of this.
Yeah, I don't know what got into Frank with that, considering all he's had so far is buy runs, but he definitely did not come to play around for this actual battle.
All right, so again, when you have great battles, it takes a little time to dissect them. So we're going to dig through the first run of this battle really quick just to make sure that we get an ideal decision. One more time. Interesting.
I had Frank at first, and we went back and watched. He didn't even touch this main outer zone two, and then I watched the second one when Huey led, and he was just all over it. And then the proximity is better, I think, in this chase.
We have another non-unanimous decision, and in this one, Huey gets the win. But we're going to see Frank again because this is a double elimination competition. So Huey gets the win in this battle, and it came down to just a couple little track issues for Frank there. We saw a little bit of that brown smoke, and we don't want brown smoke. And, you know, a couple little line things here and there, but, man, Frank's found another gear these days.
So Cameron Roman took a 5-minute while that last battle was going on. Looks like he's fixed whatever issue with the show he's given us, pulling back on track, and he is going to meet his competitor Lee Yearwood in the S15 with the RB26.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you are in for a show. We're going to have an amazing lead if history repeats itself from Lee, and Cam has been stepping it up lately. So I think we're in for a treat here. All right, not necessarily the kind of runs we want to see there. I mean, it looked exciting, but we do have to remember that the course is the course. We've got it lined out for a reason, and we definitely want to see them filling out those zones in the lead in order to give a great opportunity for the chase driver to also get into those zones. So hopefully they clean things up on the second run, and maybe we're in for a treat. I have no idea how Cam did not go off the track in that last corner. Somehow he threw that car into that corner and it just held the edge.
That is exactly right. I was fully expecting to see some brown dirt smoke there on that last corner. That was pretty deep.
All right, we're just gonna take one more look at a replay here, just so we can make sure that we get everything dialed in. Thanks everyone for bearing with us while we comb through this. Just give us one more second. I believe we're going to come to a decision. Well, unfortunately, they did not deliver to the level that we expected. We wanted top shelf runs. So up here in the judges stand, we're drift fans. And I think they've got more in the tank. So we're going to see that one again one more time. And speaking of one more times, we've got a guy who is no stranger to them. As expected, another incredible lead run by Connor O'Sullivan. But in the chase, they stuck around. That was not an easy run to follow. That car was fast. It's moving. It's keeping up. It's impressive. You know how you can tell that Connor is a pro? We told him the seam is track limits, and somehow Connor just rides that seam. You can see it perfectly here on the right-hand side, where there's that little seam between the concrete and the asphalt. That seam runs around pretty much all of these corners, and that seam is basically the perfect line. You put your tire on that seam, that's perfect. Connor knows he could go further, but he's not taking that. It's incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, the deeper rounds have delivered. Incredible battle. So much fun to watch. Putting on a clinic. This is exactly what we want to see. This is exactly why you should come out to round 2 of Klutch Kickers at Mid-Pond. This is a great time. You need to come see these guys live. If not, make sure you subscribe to the channel so that you're notified for our next live stream for round 2.
Yeah, that was absolutely textbook. I mean, from both ends on both runs. I mean, it was great following, great leading, great zone filling, hit all the inners and outers, touch and goes, everything. Basically, what we asked for was nailed by both.
We have yet another not unanimous decision, and unfortunately for the young guy, he tried his best, but Connor O'Sullivan gets the win and will move on. Connor O'Sullivan wins the battle. He put on a clinic, lead and follow, exactly what we want to see. He's definitely shown us why he is a professional drifter. I really hope this is a sign for what the rest of this competition is going to bring us, because that was just amazing. This is my first time to Mid-Pond, and I'm definitely coming back. This is a great place, incredible vibes, super fun track. Everybody's amazing, and the driving has delivered.
Yeah, there really is something special about this place, Mid-Pond. I don't know what it is, but just over the years, there has been so much great drifting that's occurred here. And honestly, it is a great place to do a seating location for anything with professional drifting, due to just how insanely technical this track is, being an ex-go-kart track.
You answered a question that I had from earlier, whether or not there was some go-karts in the shed or something like that. So I'm sad to hear that it's X, because I would have had some fun getting out here on these little go-karts. And just a fun update on the Ducks. They're taking a break from watching. I think they're waiting for the finals. they got tired of these one more times. They wanted to see some real good driving. But then, they missed one of the best ones. So don't tune away. These ducks, they made a mistake.
Which battle?
All right, coming up next is going to be Daniel Morse and Austin Bates. And we're gonna go ahead and see what they've got coming out of the losers bracket. Unfortunately, I do believe that's like a light version of the announcer's curse. There's now a tire mark on that beautiful orange car. And it happened real early in that run. We're going to take a look and see how that all transpired.
Quite literally spoke it into existence. And you know what? Sometimes every good car needs a little scrape and scratch, just from its use, and that's what this car is for, and that's what he uses it for. So it's bound to happen, no matter how nice the car looks.
Well, I can tell you, he's not driving it like he's trying to keep it pretty. That's for sure. I call it PCS, pretty car syndrome, and I don't think he has it. All right, we're gonna hop in and dissect this one real quick. We wanna check a couple things. So as we review these runs, what we're looking for are, corrections. We're looking at the line. We're also looking for, if one thing caused another thing. Essentially, we want to make sure that the lead driver is the best opportunity for the chase driver to just sit inside that door pocket, and and then vice versa. We want to see that chase driver living in that pocket if it's available. So, you might see a little bit of room, some gaps and things like that, but at times that gap might have been caused by the lead car, that gap might have been caused by the chase car. So we're really trying to dial in exactly what's causing these gaps, what's causing this and that, and then from there, assigning fault to whichever driver kind of caused those situations. So we're really dialing in the nuance of each of these runs to make sure that they're being judged fairly. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we had a unanimous decision in about 2.5 hours, but we do have a winner. And fresh off of his micro enhancer's curse, Daniel Morse gets the win.
Yeah, Daniel really nailed that on both ends of the spectrum. I think really the biggest thing is like what Mike just mentioned earlier there while we were reviewing the replays is definitely finding that pocket. It is ultimately up to the lead driver to create it, but I think Morse really did a good job on filling that every single time that opportunity was available to him.
Yeah, we did notice the Mustang kind of choked off the chase a little in a couple sections there, and we wanted to make sure that that chase driver had the best opportunity to get in there, and unfortunately he just didn't really leave that window open in a couple zones. But overall, we would have liked to see a little bit cleaner run in general, but that's drifting. Well, we appreciate all of you tuning in to round 1 of Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Championship at Mid Pond, coming to you live from Alabama. All right, so we are waiting for one more times. Again, we do give these drivers a little time between battles to cool the cars down, get those tires, swapped out, and kind of calm the nerves a little bit. Doing 2 back-to-back battles it's a little rough. You get into this and you're sitting on the grid, you're getting in your head, and all those things. So we like to make sure that people have a chance to reset. You don't want to just run the gauntlet over and over and over again. It's a lot. And it's warm, it's humid here, and cars are like humans. Sometimes we just need a little break. So we're going to get these guys reset and get them out here. But in the meantime, make sure you head over to that subscribe button and stay tuned for round 2.
That's right. It is super important to, at least for us, to provide as best a show as possible, and that does include giving drivers and cars a break. We would rather do just a couple minutes of break between these drivers coming out there and giving it their all, instead of them coming out and just back to back running them until something bad happens. And we would rather them give their best performance possible, even if that does include a little bit of a break in there.
And I know you're all at the edge of your seat waiting for the next duck update, and I've got one for you. I just heard that they are enjoying the drone. So the ducks are hanging out right next to our little mini helipad for our drone, and I think they found a little fun. All right, so we've got Cam Roman and Lee Yearwood about to head into their one more time battle. And, I have a good feeling about this one. They lost a little talent in the last one, but I know they've got it in it. So I'm really hoping that we see one of the best battles of the day so far.
We definitely already know both these guys can put on a great show. We're just looking for it.
That's a great way to put it. All right, so Lee is going to lead. Cam is going to give chase. Hopefully Lee can stay away from that light box there, and hopefully Cam can get as close as possible to that S15. There's just something about Lee's car when he comes around that sweeper into the power alley and is just barreling smoke. Something about the way that car is set up, but it's incredible.
Yeah, it is an absolute smoke show. One of my favorite things about watching an S chassis with over fenders is watching the smoke, obviously make a huge plume from behind the car, but sneak out from around the underside of the over fender. That is such a cool look. I don't know what it is about that. It's just awesome.
All right, we're going to flip them around and send them again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what we were looking for in their second battle. But also, we're going to need to see replays of both of those runs because that was incredible.
Honestly, as difficult as it might be to see such a good back-to-back run from both these drivers right after calling it a one more time from the first one, it is also just as great to see how well they can throw down so many consistent runs with each other and just put on such a great show for everyone, for us and for everyone watching.
All right, I think we're going to take a look at the first half of that battle really quick. Just a quick mental refresh for the judges and for you watching. And once we get that first half of the battle replay going, we will give you an answer. We have a decision, and guess what, ladies and gentlemen? It again was not unanimous. Lee gets the win, and unfortunately I do believe that was from the losers bracket, so that's all for Cam Roman. Great showing by Cam, way to come back, and we're going to see Lee moving on.
Yeah, so just to catch you guys up on this one as far as the bracket goes, so that's going to put Lee's next battle with Trevor Johnstone with the green S550. And then as well, once that battle is concluded, it'll go to Frank, like we mentioned previously, with him winning that or losing that other battle earlier. And then in our winners bracket, our next run for that is going to be Connor Sullivan and Huey Carney. So right now we're going to figure out which run makes the most sense to run next and let you guys know once that's decided.
All right, and as we wait for the next drivers, we do have a great view of the ducks. As you can see, the helipad in the back and the ducks all recognizing that we're watching. All right, so on the losers bracket, we do have, we gotta let some cars cool down and things like that. So we are going to jump into the next segment of the losers bracket for our next battle, so we can finish filling that out, and then we can roll into our final bracket. So up next, we are going to have Jay Clark and Daniel Morse, and I don't know if y'all can hear that, but you just heard the ducks.
They've definitely become self-aware with the recognition on the live stream, that's for sure.
They're just so regal. All right, and again, while y'all wait around, thank you for your patience. We just want to make sure that these cars are in tip-top shape, not overheating. We don't want to blow a head gasket in the middle of a run just because we tried to rush it. But in the meantime, make sure you head over to the Klutch Kickers Instagram, give us a like and a follow, and subscribe to that YouTube as well. We will be around 4 more times as we finish out this Pro-Am Formula Drift Licensing Championship out here at Klutch Kickers at Mid Pond. Well, we hope you guys are finding a fun way to fill your time. The judges, we are over here discussing moon pies. We've got some nostalgia in the house. There's a moon pie RC Cola Honda dealership situation going on. We've got a moon pie Mobile, Alabama giveaway Mardi Gras situation. I did not know that there was so much lore behind the moon pie. All right, and we do have Jake crawling up to the staging area. He's going to go do a little burnout, get those tires nice and warm, and get ready for battle. As we get deep in these rounds, the pressure kind of builds. I haven't taken a look at this bracket yet, but I'm pretty sure a few of these drivers have 0 losses, so it's going to be an interesting one. Another fun plot twist is if you have lost 0 battles, make it to the final, you have to lose twice. So whoever makes it to the final, if they have not taken an L somewhere in this bracket, they have one in the bank. So there's another fun reason to just give it your all in the first one. Don't rest on that loser's bracket. Just go all in from the jump.
Yeah, it's one part of it with the double elimination where you can give someone a second chance to come back into the competition, especially with pretty much all these drivers being so well deserved for any of those positions as far as that goes. However, you definitely want to put and recognize the fact that if someone goes without losing a single battle all day, that they do, in the same breath, deserve to at least have those two losses to go against them to be able to then fall out of the lead, and so to speak.
Yeah, the double elimination definitely throws a couple different twists at you. Obviously we're working through this bracket and, figuring out our way through it. But, just this double elimination concept is so good. And I'm sure we can smooth things out and speed up the show a little bit. But in the end, you get to the finals. You have a chance to win twice. Like, it's a crazy scenario. I mean, obviously, the nature of it, you're going to have some random stuff like Frank just sailing his way through everything, But on the other side of the coin, make it all the way through. You got to lose twice. This is a fun adventure. Here are some cars firing up, so hopefully we will have the second half of our grid out there shortly. Thanks for sticking around for round 1 of the Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Licensing Championship.
Do you guys want next, after this one, to do the lead Trevor?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have to.
Tell him, or you got it.
As you can see, we've got Jake crawling up to the staging area. That means that our next battle is coming soon. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being patient. And thanks for enjoying these amazing eagle flags hanging around the pond. There's a missed opportunity over here. I see a paddle boat, and I don't see a human in the paddle boat. Why would you not paddle your way to the edge of the lake and watch drifting from the best seat in the house?
You know, to that point, I am shocked that we are not looking at a shirtless Dustin in the middle of the pond with the microphone. I am shocked that has not happened yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are just about ready to send the next round. All right, we'll finish that first half of the battle with a couple full pulls. There's definitely some room for improvement in on both sides. We definitely want to see a little bit better kind of filling of those zones and just a little bit more consistency out of this. But we're getting deep in these rounds. They are on the loser bracket, so this is their last chance.
Yeah, you can tell on this side of the bracket they are not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can see here in these replays that Jake is doing everything he can to maintain decent proximity, and basically Daniel trying to do everything he can to outrun him if possible. But the 3UZ versus LS is a tough one to make happen.
We asked for a little more, and they gave us a little more. Incredible lead run. This losers bracket is definitely not for losers.
Yeah, that is the exact kind of driver we hope to see in the second run to really spice things up as far as the decision goes, and then ultimately for the show of what we get to see here.
And just another reminder, that yellow car is piloted by a child. This driver is not old enough to buy anything that you have to be old enough to buy anything for. Ladies and gentlemen, Jake Clark gets the win. The kid moves on. He just sat in those zones a little bit better on that lead run, and he mirrored the chase. He's nice and close. Would have liked to see Daniel a little bit more in those zones in his lead run. Overall, great showing. Daniel really put it all out there, and fun lake update. Someone's in the paddle boat.
Yeah, Dustin definitely must have been listening in because he is now in the paddle boat, just as I mentioned previously. That is hilarious. It looks like he's brought a JBL speaker with him to fulfill the full meme of bringing the loudest speaker possible. So next up on this one is going to be the other end of the loser bracket for doing Lee Yearwood in the S15 and Trevor Johnston in the S550. Haven't heard the Loud Mustang in a little bit. Figured we'd bring it back.
The real question is whether or not we can get media to zoom in on this lake action. Or pond. My apologies. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have some unfortunate news. As we were talking about that clutch issue for Lee Yearwood earlier in the round, it is officially given up, and Lee is going to forfeit the next round. I was really looking forward to that. It was a fun one to watch.
Yeah, that car is gnarly. I will say it's not as bad as some other professional drivers that are running RB engines, but nonetheless, it's definitely something that we are sad to see. He puts on one heck of a show, and we would have loved to have seen him out there. Nonetheless, it seems like it's not, relatively speaking, not a crazy fix to have done, so that car will be back out at another competition near you soon.
Well, with that turn of events, we are going to let freedom ring. Trevor Johnstone is going to have a bye run. Hopefully this time he puts on a show for us. Maybe we can ask the grid to remind him that the world is watching.
And to that end, as long as he can just basically complete his bye run, that will put Trevor Johnstone in the next battle on the losers bracket against Frank in the LS S14.
You know, I know we stop judging the minute he starts drifting the corner, but I'm going to continue judging him if he doesn't do a full pull. And that's my inner American. Let those bald eagles ring, brother. You know, I get it. The economy is a little rough. Tires aren't cheap, but, you know, that's 2 in a row, buddy. I am judging you, and I am judging you. Even the ducks are sad. Can we get a thumbs down from the pond? The pond isn't paying attention.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone doom scroll while riding in a paddle boat in the middle of the pond at mid pond, but here we are, folks.
Shout out to Sun Dolphin for the amazing paddle boat. All right, so we have some level 1 tech support going on right now. The drone was dead on the grid, and as you do in tech support, you unplug it and plug it back in. Let's see if level 1 tech support works. Well, Frank and Trevor have to go.
Yeah. Can we get Trevor in the greenhouse 550? Frank in the...
Normally, we want to give these drivers some time between runs, between rounds, but you know, Trevor did a corner, so I don't think he really has an excuse to take his time to get out here. And he's going to be going up against Frank DeLeon, and the winner of this, you know, if I'm reading this correctly, I believe the winner of this battles somebody. Jake. The winner of this battles Jake.
That would also be pretty crazy to see Jake Clark having gone through so many one more times and so many battles to get eliminated to the losers bracket and then make it to the end of the losers bracket, making himself back into the final. That would be nuts and one very eventful day of seat time.
Frank rolling. Well, it's Frank and Trevor.
Frank and Trevor, Huey and Connor.
All right, so we do have some of our drivers heading to grid.
So our next two runs are going to be, they're going to be basically the next to the final, the semifinal of the winners bracket, which is going to be Connor O'Sullivan, who's pulling on track now, going over to the staging area, as well as Huey Carney in the S13. And then we're also staging up for the one of the semifinals of the losers bracket, which is Frank DeLeon, who's already in the staging area in the orange and black S14, as well as Trevor Johnston, who's not quite made it here yet. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to run these this O'Sullivan and Carney battle first.
This should turn out to be a pretty incredible battle. Both of these drivers have shown some amazing proximity in the chase. Their lead lines have been incredible. Two kind of different styles, but overall they're navigating the course amazingly, and I'm really excited to see this one. Obviously, as you get deeper into the rounds, your runs are going to get a little bit more exciting. But this should be a really fun one.
Definitely. And one thing that I was stoked to see whenever I saw the driver's list and the cars being ran is all these S chassis. It is fantastic to see just after decades of use, they are still being put to use in all this competition stuff. It is great. And I'm a sucker for these cars to begin with. So it's just awesome to see.
I definitely cut my teeth in the early days with an S chassis. And then when I came back into the drift world, started to find out how much they were selling these things for. And these guys are sitting on gold mines and they're out here trying to run doors in them. It's impressive. All right, as you can see, we are getting these drivers lined up for yet another battle. And we are coming to you live from Klutch Kickers at Mid Pond for round one of the Formula Drift Pro-Am Championship. Huey doing everything he could to keep up with that rocket ship. I want to make it clear, this is not his pro car. This is a demo car, V8 S14 action, and it is on rails.
Yeah, I was checking out that car in the pits, and it is crazy to see him just work this thing for everything it's got, considering it's just an ALS. But, I mean, it is obviously set up very well, and he is very comfortable in this car.
One might say there's a level of professionalism to his driving.
You don't say.
All right, let's see what the Englishman can do in the lead, getting hunted down by that all-American V8. Narrowly avoided a pretty dangerous situation, and I don't like seeing it, but I do like not having to have a tough decision.
That definitely does make it easy for us, and I am glad to see that wasn't worse than what it could have been, that's for sure.
And unfortunately, as you can see in the replay, Huey just came into that corner with a little bit too much transition speed. Snapped that car a little too far, and there's a point where you just can't get these cars to come back, and unfortunately for Huey, that was the moment. And you can kind of tell from the early part, and Connor's a pro, so he saw that. It was kind of telegraphed a little bit, and Connor was able to keep it out of his door, keep both of those cars unscathed. But it's an unfortunate way to see Huey take a loss here, but Connor just keeps on going.
All right, and just to recap one more time, we've got Trevor in the S550 and Frank in the S14 getting warmed up in the tire pit on track right now. Hopefully we can see a really good battle as we've seen from them in the previous driving of other battles. I personally am excited to get to hear a full run of Trevor's car because I feel like it's just been hours since we've heard the loudest Mustang here.
You beat me to it. I'm really hoping that we can see a full pull out of that Mustang because I'm a Chevy guy, but man, that car sounds good, and he has robbed us of the opportunity to hear that thing sing.
Dustin.
All right, we are getting ready to send the next battle, and that's going to be Frank DeLeon versus Trevor Johnstone. I am so excited to see what these guys can throw down. Frank is leveled up from his first battles and hanging out in that loser's bracket, showing us what he really can do. Trevor, we're going to need to see you step up. Duck update. The Ducks are on the edge, and they were flapping for that one. Frank's lead was incredible. Definitely would have liked to see a little bit better proximity there out of Trevor. Yeah, he was there in the very beginning, and closed that gap. Frank could have been a little deeper in a couple of these zones as well, so I think there's some room for improvement for both drivers, but overall, at least we finally got to hear that Mustang do a full pull.
That's exactly right, and exactly what I would have said about all that stuff and super objective judging on this. It really is great to see these two drivers, given that they're all in this. But I do think that we can see some better zone village and some better proximity, at least consistent distance to these doors.
I've got a good feeling about this one. I think we're going to see something special.
And just to be clear, this is no throwing shade or anything like that. We just know these drivers can put on a definite good show for everyone to see.
Finally, a quick, unanimous decision, and that one's going to go to Trevor. Trevor gets the win. Trevor Johnson is going to move on. We thank him for finally letting us listen to that Mustang again. Unfortunately, I do believe that's going to be it for Frank. We appreciate him showing up. Frank leveled up for sure this round. He was crushing it. I think Trevor just found another gear on this one and started running away with it. All right, so we are going to have a little break in the action. All right, as we let the smoke clear, Trevor is going to need to let that car cool down just a little bit. He actually did do 2 full pulls in a row, so this time I think it's fair. So we are going to let him cool that car down a little bit. He is the last driver that's got to jump into a battle before we can finish out this entire bracket, just the way it's all shaken out, and he is going to be going up against Jake Clark. And I think that's going to be an amazing battle. Worth the wait.
Definitely, couldn't agree more. It's going to be two screaming V8s. One guy, obviously, very well seasoned in the car, very comfortable in the Mustang for Trevor. And then Jake is just, I mean, he is just proving himself again and again, event after event. I'm going to be very excited to see this one for sure. Yeah, we'll have to do someone with Huey. Yeah, so it'll be Trevor and Jake, and then we'll have to run whoever wins that with Huey. So, I mean, like, if, for example, if Trevor wins this, he'll have to immediately go back on track after another cool down.
Duck! Just kidding. Everybody check out those Regal ducks. Hanging out, enjoying some bugs, getting after it. So we are going to have a little bit of time between battles as we finish this out, because our losers bracket will have to go into a first place battle and also a third place battle. So bear with us, but I promise you it's worth it for these drivers, because double elimination is amazing. And you're only going to find that here at the Mid-Pond Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Series. Round 1.
Yeah, he only has one more battle left. He is no.
Yeah, because he hasn't lost.
Yeah, the double loss. He's only got two sets. We've
We've got a couple different plot twists here today, coming to you from Mid-Pond here in Alabama. So our professional driver is running low on tires. So he has an opportunity to lose a battle and then go back and win that battle. But does he have the tires? And on top of that, see a couple clouds. So we run a little longer. We might run into some drizzle.
Yeah, the forecast didn't say anything about rain, but if you lived in Alabama or the Southeast in general for long enough, you know that can change literally within a blink of an eye. So we're really hoping that that if he does, end up going in and not needing to lose twice, he has enough tire to finish out the day, regardless. But nonetheless, yeah, we'll see how it plays out. Definitely a plot twist.
Well, we've got a saying in Texas: if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes. And I've only been here for about 20 hours, but I'm gonna guess Alabama can probably fit that too.
Literally. I was about to say, yeah, literally forever. Yeah, I hope I haven't made a fool of myself quite yet. Heck yeah, I appreciate that.
Again, thank you for tuning in to round 1 of Klutch Kickers at Mid-Pond for the Formula Drift Licensing Pro-Am Round 1. Again, just a reminder, the winner of this championship does receive a Formula Drift Pro Spec license opportunity. Formula Drift Pro Spec is the, we'll call it an adjoined secondary Series 2 Formula Drift Full Pro. The Pro Spec series does have some limitations, like tire size. You are limited to a certain tire brand. They travel with the Pro series to certain rounds, but that series is for development. And I can tell you, as a Formula driver in the Formula Drift series, it's daunting when you jump right into the top level. So having these guys kind of get their feet wet in Pro Spec, a little bit closer competition, you're not necessarily not fighting so much, of an equipment situation. Your power can only exceed so much tire, so much grip. So it's a really well-balanced series. It's tons of fun to watch, and you can see some of the most amazing drivers come out of that series, including, 13, 14-year-old Cam Sorensen. It was crazy. He just won a round, and then you've got some guys that were in Formula Drift, the Pro Series, that have kind of taken a step back and wanted to explore, the pro spec thing, and all of a sudden, they just find another gear, and then they work their way back up, and it's like they never left. So it's a great opportunity for these drivers. It's a great opportunity for Mid Pond, to be a part of that journey, to get these guys to run into that pro series and achieve their dreams. Right. Yeah, we definitely won't announce until they're all up here, even if it's obvious. I think. And they have a mic. Okay, perfect. All right. As we wait for a Mustang to cool down, Mustang things, we're gonna just take another glorious look at the ducks. I feel like we should have named them by now. I think should be good. Yeah. And again, we really want to thank you for tuning in, for hanging out, for waiting through some of these pauses. Again, this is round one. We're working through some things, but I promise you, some of these battles are going to be worth the wait. We have two amazing matchups coming up. Sounds like our grid is getting ready to force them out on track. We're going to get these guys rolling and get some more action on track for you. And again, thanks for sticking around for the Klutch Kickers Pro-Am Round 1 Formula Drift series.
That's exactly right, Mike. I think really with this, what happens is just sort of the nature of the beast is as you narrow down your field of drivers of who's made it this far, you just have to include some breaks. Like what we were saying earlier, we'd rather someone give their best performance possible, even if it means that we do have to have a little bit of a break in between some of these rounds to let the cars cool off, and consequently the drivers. Because as we've mentioned time and time again, it is not cold, nor is it dry. It's very humid, very hot, which just makes it that much harder on everyone in their own cars.
I was walking around the pits, checking things out, and looking at some of these cars. I haven't seen a lot of these drivers in person. A lot of these cars, they're all new builds to me. But as I was walking around, one thing I did not see was very many cool shirts. And we are asking these guys to dress for the job you want. So they are suited up. They are sitting in those really hot race cars in multiple layers of fireproof gear, and it gets a little warm. And it's another challenge that you have to deal with as a driver. As these temperatures climb, this humidity makes it even rougher, and so you're sweating, you're getting a little dehydrated, and if you don't pay attention, you start making some mistakes. Your mind starts working a little slower. I can tell you from experience. I think it was about a year ago. I went 120 miles an hour right in the middle of a racetrack in Houston because I decided to change an initiation in the middle of a battle from a feint to a clutch kick, and it made no sense. It was the dumbest thing I've ever done, but I was exhausted. I was basically going to pass out, and instead I thought I was going to roll my car at 120 miles an hour. Luckily, I didn't roll it. I just slid all the way across to the other side of the track just as that guy was finishing the last corner. So the heat's no joke. We got to make sure that everybody in our pits over here are drinking water, keeping well hydrated, throw some electrolytes in that body, and just keep yourself safe. It might not seem too hot, but the humidity is definitely gonna take it out of you. So, for anybody listening, stay cool.
Just straight sodium carbs.
All right, everybody. Thanks for sticking around. I just want to give you a quick update. We do have some cars running in the pits. They will be out shortly. We appreciate your patience. We definitely want to get through this round. I just saw a lightning strike right up over the horizon past the trees at this beautiful racetrack, mid-pond in Alabama. So just want to thank you guys for hanging out with us. Thank you for tuning in, and we're gonna have a final coming up for you soon. We got a couple battles left. I think we're looking at what, three or four more battles, and sooner or later we're gonna find you a winner, and that winner is gonna be one step closer to a Formula Drift Pro Spec license. These guys are out here fighting for a dream, and only one license at the end of this 5-round Klutch Kickers Mid-Pond Formula Drift Pro Am Series. That's rough.
I was gonna say, like, the only thing close to that was whenever, like, literally the morning that I was the night that I worked on my car, like, all night long. It was the first time I'd done any interior work since I put the cage in my car. Yeah. And then that is what dislodged the tumor, like, in my pelvis for whenever I found out about the whole cancer thing. So yeah, that literally, like, that morning of, like, I had the most, like, gut wrenching, like, lower abdomen pain ever. I haven't had a kidney stone, but I imagine it's very similar. Benign and everything's good? Oh, wow. That's awesome. That's great news. Yeah, when they
Well, I do believe we have finished our cooldown, and we have our next battle racked and ready. They're about to hit the burnout boxes, get those tires warmed up, and then put on a show for you guys. So we are looking at, this is going to be Trevor Johnstone and Jake Clark. I feel like we've seen Jake pretty much every other battle at this point. That poor car has been through it.
Yeah, he just continues to push this thing. I mean, I feel like his driving style is already hard on it, let alone just all these just runs and runs and runs from repetitive competition battles.
All right, let's see if this drone can get a sweet rollback shot of this Mustang. All right. Well, we were hoping for some sideshow rollback action from the Mustang, but he did not deliver, which is fine. I respect him for that. But now it's time for them to go battle. All right, we are going to hear this Mustang sing some freedom songs one more time, and this child is about to chase him, but this kid is on a tear. So here we go. Well, I think the result of that is a little obvious. Unfortunately, I was going to comment that these guys have seemed to pick up that speed significantly since the start of the competition, but Trevor might have picked up a little too much speed. And unfortunately, he put those 2 tires off, and that does constitute a 0 in our book as judges.
Completely agreed. And even when we were in practice, we were watching them, and I was saying how surprised I was to see no one go off on that middle hairpin there as of yet during the practice runs, and saying that that's the kind of the usual for that center bit of mid pond as far as the track goes and normal drifting behavior. But here it is. You get to see it. That is the normal off section as far as that goes.
All right, so we are going to take a break for just a second, let the brown smoke clear. And we're going to get the track dusted off a little bit. We want to make sure to give these guys every chance possible to put on a great show. And we also want to make sure that this live stream is perfect. So we're going to let that clear just a little, get a nice visual of these guys on the start line. And hopefully we can get a clean, full pull from both of these guys. This is obviously it's Jake's battle to lose. But, he's young. So is the pressure going to get to him? Is he going to rise to the occasion? He just has to put down a clean, full pull. But, this is drifting. Stranger things have happened.
We should be getting fired right back up here in just a minute. We're removing this extra clipping point that Trevor so graciously dropped off there on that middle hairpin of his rear bumper. And once that is done, we will send him back out for Trevor to do chase and Jake Clark to lead.
I have a feeling Trevor's out for blood in this chase. This should be a good one to watch. Jake Clark gets the win, and I really appreciate how he even used that as a practice run. He was pushing. He tried something different there in the middle. Maybe he's trying to set up for something here in later battles.
And to that point, it's awesome to see him climbing back up through the ranks of the other side of the bracket, and that will put him in the next battle with Hugh Carney at the end of the losers bracket, who will then go on to battle Connor O'Sullivan. So we will see who gets to climb back into the main side of the competition and basically see what goes from there. Again, this is another huge benefit of the double elimination we keep talking about here. It just gives everyone a second chance, and like we said earlier, they are all well-deserved with these very talented drivers.
Connor's lost 0. So Connor's got a loss in the bank.
But 2 tires left.
All right, so I just want to give you all a reminder as we get into these later battles. So up next, we are going to see Jake Clark versus Huey Carney. And then a little later on, we're going to see Connor O'Sullivan battling for that first place position against whoever comes out of that Jake and Huey battle. Now, one note, Connor hasn't lost yet. So now that Connor's at the end of the bracket, he has a loss in his pocket. I don't know if there's any bigger advantage you could possibly go into a final battle in a competition than the fact that you have to lose twice. But also, that means that Trevor or Huey has to beat a Formula Drift Pro driver 2 times in a row, back to back, to win the competition.
That is definitely huge for sure. And then another thing to note, as we mentioned earlier, Connor is running low on tires. So if he does lose and use that one that he's got in his pocket, then he will have to figure out how to mitigate that as far as his last remaining bits of rubber. And again, it's not his full pro car, it's just a normal NALS S14. However, conservative tire use at the end of a competition is probably the biggest oxymoron we could have here.
It's definitely a challenge. And speaking of challenges, the sky's getting a little fuzzy. These clouds are slowly rolling in. So I don't know. Jake's gonna take some time to cool his car down. Again, we don't want these cars blowing up, and we want to make sure they put on a good show for you. Let the drivers cool down. Meanwhile, the ducks are working their way back to the pond, and pretty sure we have some fish in there. I might go try and find a pole. Oh no, he only lost once. Yeah, he beat Frank. So the loser of this next battle will go on to our third place battle. The winner of this battle will move on to our flight. No, I'm wrong. This double elimination is interesting. We're going to figure this out, and I will get right back to you. But we are coming to you live from Mid Pond in Alabama for Klutch Kickers, round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro-Am 5-round series. These guys are fighting to be who this man in the shot right here is, a Formula Drift Pro driver. All right, so the winner of this goes against Connor for first. Okay.
The loser of this next battle is third, and then it's the deciding factor of second.
Do we do a consolation for third? Well, you would have the loser of.
This next battle will determine who's third, and consequently who goes on to be in first, second battle.
Okay, this isn't going to fill out for third. So wouldn't third be Trevor versus the loser?
Okay, so right now, this battle will determine who faces Connor, and then who becomes third. And
Okay.
then this is the extra if Connor loses.
But we don't run a third place battle between the loser of this and Trevor.
No, because Trevor already lost to Jake.
That's right. But you could still lose and get into a third place battle. Everyone that's in a third place battle lost. So
Yeah,
you have a second loss.
From this point, anyone at this point who's about to run will at least podium. Will be first, second, or third.
Okay. All right, and we do have some clarification as the Ducks are chatting it up next to us. The loser of this battle will be your third place driver, and the winner will move on to the final. So one driver climbing their way back out of the loser's bracket to meet Connor Sullivan, Formula Drift licensed professional, in the final of round 1, Klutch Kickers, Mid Pond, Formula Drift Pro-Am.
Honestly, go ahead and tell Connor to start getting ready too.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go wrangle these drivers. We're pretty sure everything is cooled off by now. We're jamming here in the pits. The music is rolling. Everybody's hanging out. We've got social media personalities standing in there yelling around. You got to make it out here. It's too much fun.
Yeah. Yeah, so for spring break, that they do it at like every like March, April-ish, they bring out this like big remote control couch. Like no shit, it is a remote control, fully automated couch that they drive around the pits. It's fucking fantastic. The best I've ever driven, definitely don't know if you've heard of this. The best I've ever driven in drifting ever was when I hit a dab and drank 4 beers before the driver's meeting at this track. That's kind of the way this track is, though.
Is that why they call it the Dirty South?
Yeah, that's exactly right. The dirty and highly illegal stuff. It's insane. SR5 or GTS? Yeah. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, okay. So you take this track layout, the way that we're looking at it, that over there will be this track layout, turn 90 degrees, and then each of the roads we see in front of us are tiered in elevation going up that way. So it'll make that one long straight going up, like basically to carry into what would normally be to the extent the increasing radius corner, but that will be going up that hill and then plateau, and then hairpin, and then go back up, and then the back straight is replicated as an all uphill, and then this back corner turns into a crazy downhill, and then swoops you back to this pit on pit off.
And when is that expected to be done?
Question mark. Yeah.
And how long is it?
They started that about a year ago.
How long is this track?
Just under a mile.
Just under a mile?
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So while we wait, I'm going to give you a little update on what's going on here at Mid Pond. So when I pulled in, I saw what looked like, like a rock quarry or something like that. Fun fact, it is not a rock quarry. It is a super elevated, exact replica of the current Mid Pond track. I'm telling you, there's probably 50 to 100 feet of elevation change on these mounds, and you definitely want to subscribe to the Mid Pond YouTube channel, follow on the Instagram, and see what this journey turns into, because it looks amazing. I thought it was just dirt, and then they explained it to me just now, and I'm excited for it. Here we've got a nice view of our pits. You can look over and see everybody hanging out. Just because you lost doesn't mean you can't have a good time. So I have a good feeling that we're going to be hanging out, spending some time together, having some beverages, and enjoying the best people in the sport of drifting right here at Mid Pond in Alabama. For the Klutch Kickers, round 1 Formula Drift Pro-Am Licensing Series. Oh, that's cool.
Any update on getting the next drivers out, including Sullivan, so he can go ahead and get out there and get prepped for the final?
All right, again, thank you all for hanging in there. We are just getting some cars about ready to fire up and send them on out for their little tire warm-up in our burnout pits and get them lined up. We need to figure out who's going to win today, who's going to take home all of those points, take home those big checks, take home those steering wheels, and hopefully we beat the rain here. So again, thanks for Thanks for hanging in there. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching round 1 of the Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am at Mid Pond in Alabama. All right, a little weather update. According to our trackside weather analysis, we might see some rain in about 3 to 5 minutes. We got a little cell just kind of floating around, you know. Being from the south, I think we are all well versed and understand what these clouds are doing as they follow the radar. And, you know, I'm going to hope this one doesn't turn into something, but it's looking dicey, ladies and gentlemen. We got this pond to our right. If we start seeing some drops, we're going to know right away. Lucky for us, we're under a nice tent. We do have some electronics, but these drivers are going to have to deal with a new plot twist if that rain starts falling.
I definitely hear the rumbling of some V8s out in the pits, so hopefully we can see the next competitors who are fighting for the top 3 positions of this this battle here. Would love to see some cars getting on track here in the next couple of minutes for our sake and yours. I can't wait for the show to get on the road, and we are definitely in for a treat as far as these last few, and fingers crossed the weather holds out to see it.
And just another quick duck update. It does look like they are creeping their way over to go party in the pits. So, coming soon, Drunken Duck. All right, just an update. We do have cars rolling. Jake's heading on his way out there. All right, we've got a couple updates for you. We've got Huey on track. He's ready to head to the burnout box, and also just saw a lightning strike. The drizzle is on its way. So let's see if we can get this finished. We might see a rainy final.
It looks like there's a couple media people bringing in what looks like either a large kayak or small canoe over to the pond to get some good shots of this final couple battles. So hopefully the drone footage shows them with some good proximity to the inside of the pond turn.
The drone's giving us some great shots of the burnout pit. These guys are warming up their tires, getting ready for this battle. There's a lot on the line. Keep in mind, both of these drivers have lost, but are still in the competition due to our double elimination format. But they can't lose again. So the winner of this battle is going to go up against Connor O'Sullivan, who has 2 losses to give. So whoever wins this is going to have to win 3 straight battles to get the win here. Overall, not a bad lead, not a bad chase, but, you know, I'd like to see him tighten it up just a little bit. But I have a good feeling that Jason will throw down an amazing line, and I think he's going to show us a little bit of that European style. Some of those surges you see over there, Drift Masters and all that, they become pretty popular. And one of those key moments is the way they kind of do those surges on transition to really close the gap. And hopefully Huey will show us a little bit of that here. So look for, as they're transitioning from drifting one direction to the other, look for Huey to kind of shoot his car into the side of the other car right as that transition finishes. Should be exciting.
All right, and the battle of the S13s is over. We'll take some time to deliberate on this decision. There was definitely some good points made by both drivers. Some good popping in the pocket on both ends. Very close to and fully filling out most of these zones from both drivers. So we're going to take a few minutes and go back and forth on our decision and let you guys know what's decided. And again, the winner of this one will go on to battle Connor O'Sullivan, and the loser will be third place officially on round one of Clutch Kickers at Mid-Pond.
All right, so we're going to sit back and digest these two runs really quick. Just trying to get a good picture of what we're looking at. All right, we have yet again another split decision. So with that, Huey gets the win. Huey gets the win. He is going to move on and battle our pro driver in Connor O'Sullivan. That does mean that Jake fought so hard for third place. But we're going to let these cars cool down just a little bit. We're going to give you some context on what we saw there. So I can't speak for the other judges, but as I am one of the judges, I'll let you know where my decision lied. So as we went into the first turn, unfortunately, Jake did kind of close off that turn a little bit, and from that he established a gap. And so as I'm looking at it, I'm not expecting the chase driver, when these cars are supposed to be equal and everything is supposed to be, you know, a one-to-one battle, I can't expect him to close that gap, right? So as you see here, he's going to choke up this gap a little bit, and then it's going to open up about a one-car gap. You'll notice that he does close that gap just a little, but I don't expect him to fully close that whole thing because he's going to have to make a ton of sacrifices. So as much as, you know, everybody's going to look at this and say, oh, but Huey was so far away, we have to remember what caused that distance, and you can't necessarily require them to close the gap all the way. It did take Huey a little bit to close it, and he did start to close that gap. But for anybody that's looking along, at least from my perspective, that is why I gave that advantage to Huey. And, unfortunately, like we said, one mistake is all it takes to make a difference. And again, that was not a unanimous decision.
I completely agree, and yeah, with that being said, it's not just about one particular aspect of these runs that we're looking at. It's the conglomeration of the whole thing. It pulls in the lead runners, positioning with the zones. It pulls in the proximity of the chase, and then it also pulls in anything that might throw off the chase for an unchaseable run created by the lead driver. Now, that's a very wordy way to word it, but that being said, it's one of those things where there's a ton of factors that go into this, and to make it the most fair call as possible, all things need to be considered for this. And with that being said, Huey did win that round.
All right, and I'm sure y'all are used to this by now, but we do need to let Huey cool his car off just a little bit before he goes to battle with Connor O'Sullivan. We definitely want both of our finals drivers to be in tip-top shape. One downside to drifting is everybody, someone's got to lose, and it sucks, and it sucks for the drivers. I know what it feels like. You just go into this, you're so excited, and you're making it all the way, and then you take that L. But there's one thing that does kind of help take the sting out a little bit, and that's the amazing culture here at Mid Pond. Everybody's back here. I hear 3 or 4 different speakers rolling. It's like going to Warped Tour. We got punk music over here, some death metal over here. Everybody's just having a great time. You can see, it's a team effort. Everybody's out here, getting these cars ready. You got Frank, who lost earlier. He's over here, locking in the lug nuts. You got Cam over here blowing off the driver. He's got a big fan in the window, just cooling him down. You've got Harrison over here filling the fuel. David hanging on to the fuel can, being super helpful. The whole team, these guys were just battling with each other. These 4 guys that are in frame right now, we're all just fighting to win, and now they're fighting to help one guy. The camaraderie and the teamwork here is just amazing. The culture, there's just something about, the Southern drift culture. It can't be beat. Meanwhile, we've got the Ducks that have gotten a little brave. They're cruising around track edge. I think they found some bugs. Hopefully they realize when things start going hot that that's not the best place to be. Maybe we'll have the media team run over and scare the Ducks away. Oh, they're flapping. He hears me. I think he knows. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out. Again, we are coming to you live from Mid Pond, Alabama for Klutch Kickers. Round 1, Formula Drift Pro-Am. We have 5 rounds this year, and the winner is taking away a pro license. So, winner of this series is going to go to Pro Spec Formula Drift, and they're gonna work through that Pro Spec series, and they take home that championship. They might work their way right into a full-blown Formula Drift Pro license and go compete with the best drifters in the world. So right now here at Mid Pond, you have an opportunity to go drive with the best in the world. He did drift week. That's how I met Frank. I'm right back with David, so probably. Yeah, I didn't want to push him because Frank's like, yeah, you can drive whatever, but I want to let him. Yeah. intentionally doing things or if it was track surface. All right, another great view of our friends the Ducks. And, oh, hey, that's us. We are your judgy judges. We're over here being as judgmental as possible. Just the nature of the beast. And you can see our boat. It's the old Sun Dolphin. A beautiful view of the mid pond, aptly named. And you see a little gray skies in the background there. You know, so far so good with the rain, but you know, you never know.
Yeah, if we can just hold out with a little bit of this as just being overcast instead of turning into any real precipitation, I think that would be fantastic. And yeah, in the meantime, we're definitely hanging out with the Ducks, and you can definitely see all the drivers over in the pits that have been eliminated just hanging out. And like we mentioned earlier, the camaraderie here is huge. It's one of those things where you just have to experience yourself as a driver and a spectator of the sport, and just seeing how well everyone gets treated amongst each other and the teamwork and all those kinds of things. It's something that very, very little other sports get to experience between different competitors.
Let's just take it in for a second. Look at these corners. You know, you've got so much kind of intricacies to each of them. You know, none of these corners are cookie cutter. You know, you got a little elevation over here, a little extension in the middle over there. You know, it looks simple, but based on the way we have these zones laid out and things like that, it's a pretty technical layout. These drivers are navigating it really well, but you'll notice, you know, you miss one corner just by a little bit, and it's going to throw you off on the next one, and it's going to be hard to get that back into rhythm.
Yeah, we've always said how insanely technical this track is for how small it is, and in this aerial view you really can see. I mean, there's double apexes, there's switchbacks that are just naturally built into it, there's slight elevation changes, on and off camber sections, runoff where there needs to be, and sometimes there's no runoff where there should be. So it's one of those things where it's there really is a different set of challenges at every corner that you just need to be prepared for, and whether that's familiarity, years of experience, being able to adapt to whatever you need to for each competition. It's definitely a challenge for everyone out there, and it is awesome to see everyone here from their varying backgrounds, their different chassis and drivetrain setups, being able to just make it work for them and just be so competitive at this stage in the competition.
I'm going to get a little distracted here as I look at all these woods in the background. You know, I'm a bourbon guy. I mean, you're local. What are the odds of me running through those woods over there and finding, you know, like a throwback still or something?
Oh, I would say it's definitely a non-zero chance that there is something going on in the woods out here. Columbiana is it is out there for a reason. People who are out here choose to be out here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, like we said, you're battling for a professional license, and part of that, we do have an opportunity to protest a call. So in this sense, we are going to review the run between Jake and Huey. We're going to review those runs and just make sure that we made the right call. So here you're given the opportunity to protest, and with that you go through and the judges review the call once again and ensure that that call was right and it's well within their rights to make these protests. And we're going to review and make sure that that we made the right call. And you know, I fully respect that. So I think everything that's on the line in this situation, and actually I'm proud of him. You know, he's young and he's still taking it seriously. So it is going to take a little bit. We're going to go over these runs one more time and make sure that the call was the right call. And, you know, we're going to cut through it with a fine-tooth comb, and you know, we'll get back to you with the results. But thanks for sticking around for round one of the Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am live from Mid-Pond. I mean, we got a live stream, guys. Like, there's not a lot of Pro-Ams with a live stream. This is pretty sick. So in a protest for here, we're just going to have them pull the replays. All right, everybody. So we are just queuing up some of those replays so that the judges up here, so we can dig into those runs. We're going to take a look at them from multiple angles and get real fine to comb into this thing. Did y'all watch the live?
Orange 13.4.
All right, so we're going to hit you with an update. We did have a protest, and you know, it was Jake, rightfully so. He was just questioning that first turn commentary, and we made the decision kind of based on that situation. And so we clarified, you know, what we had asked for in the judging, and clarified what we were looking for, and unfortunately that protest was lost. But I do hear cars running, and it sounds like we are going to get our final underway shortly, and we are coming to you live from Mid-Pond Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Round 1. Really appreciate y'all sticking around. We are sorry for the delays, but as this is a Pro-Am series and these guys are fighting for a pro license, it is within their rights to take advantage of that rule book, take advantage of those protests, and you know, give it their best shot. It is very professional of them as a team to come to us and require us to give them a better example and a better explanation of why they lost. So just a duck update. They're 50-50, hanging out on the rocks, hanging out in the grass, and floating around. So the ducks are living their best life. They're molting. So cars are rolling, and we should have some burnouts coming to you soon.
Yeah, and one more thing to reiterate on that protest too. I will say Jake was absolutely flawlessly consistent throughout the entire day, and all the battles he was given, the one more times he was given, and everything like that he worked through with just the utmost level of great competition that you love to see. However, I will say it is also another fantastic thing to see whenever someone comes up at his age with the respect and professionalism to just say, hey, look, I disagree formally and want to just know how I can do better to avoid it in the future. That is someone who is going to go far within the world of competitive anything, let alone drifting.
And I don't know if y'all can hear that, but that's the sound of our final about to get started. The Round 1 Klutch Kickers Mid-Pond Formula Drift Pro-Am is about to be decided. We have Formula Drift Pro Connor O'Sullivan going up against the man from across the pond. We've got Huey, and we're going to go ahead and see how this breaks down. So Huey's been pretty consistent. He's been driving very well. He's driving incredible in practice, and I'm not surprised to see him up here. Connor, you know, Connor's delivering like a pro. I think I've seen maybe a couple little mistakes here and there, but you know, this demo car is really putting in the work. So we're gonna go ahead and see how this breaks down. And one more fun reminder. If Connor loses the first battle, you're going to see it again because Connor has not lost all day long. Every other driver has lost twice. Huey has lost once. Connor has lost 0 times. His professionalism is showing at its fullest right here at Klutch Kickers Formula Drift Pro-Am Round 1. If you're at home and you're sitting on your couch, stand up because this is the final. Here we go. Asked and delivered. That was a run. I don't think Connor knows how to drive anywhere but on the seat. It is the most impressive thing. Little not quite in there in that zone, but we're going to digest this one. We're going to flip him around, and we're going to see what Huey's got. You know, Huey's got a little making up to do, so let's see if Huey can put a little mark on that super clean demo car that Connor brought out today. I guess technically it's a Pro-Am car.
You're not wrong about that, that's for sure. And it is fantastic to see such a good, clean run, and it was very followable for sure. We'll see how it plays out with the roles reversed.
What a battle, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have to watch these replays over again, figure out who won, and we'll get back to you with this decision.
Yeah, regardless of whatever decision we come up with, you can obviously tell that Connor was stoked on whatever his performance was just then, because he proceeded after the finish line to continue and finish out the rest, and now he is just putting her on the chip at the start-finish line, waving his hand out the window. He is just glad to be here.
We have a winner. So we are going to get our top three right up over here for our podium celebration. Make sure to stick around. We've got some big checks. We've got some steering wheels. We might have some burnouts. We are going to have some fun. So stick to the live stream. Or if you're here, head on down. We're going to call out some winners. Everybody battled hard. This has been an amazing time out here at Mid-Pond. Clutch Kickers Round 1 Formula Drift Pro-Am. And we're going to find out who's grabbing some points to start heading for that Formula Drift Pro Spec license. All right, again, I just really want to thank y'all for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. I know we had some delays, but we delivered. These drivers really put on a show for us today. We had, 12, 13 drivers? But you throw in a double elimination, and it turns into a top 32 real quick. And talk about some timing. Look at our wind action taking down the tent. I mean, you couldn't time that any better. The cars were literally leaving the tent as it happened. You can't write this stuff. All right, our top three are pulling up right now.
What a show. That is fantastic to see. All right, we're going to make our way down onto the track to announce the winner, first, second, and third. Ken's getting the checks ready. He's got to sign them away. Got some wheels to go out from, I think, Grip Royal on that one. And then we'll announce the winner here shortly.
Okay. He said leave it there. Good driving, brother. Y'all was all over each other in that last round. Y'all were synced up too. Both of you were right on the edge of the ball. Hey, and that impossible turn you thought about over here, you nailed it every time. He was talking about this inner part was impossible to hit. He nailed it every time.
She said it should be on.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to find out if this is live. Are we good?
I don't know.
All right, we're live from the grid. We've got a thunderstorm coming in. We've got winners. We've got losers. And we're going to start off with fourth place, Trevor Johnstone. All right, and we put this guy through the ringer. He had like 75 one more time battles. I don't know, 75, 80, I don't even know. And he went through it. You know, unfortunately, he just came up short at the very end. But third place, Jay Clark. All right, and if anybody was paying attention, you already know the answer to this. But they battled it out hard. And I was impressed by both of them. Clearly, somebody's a little bit more comfortable in their car. We're not going to announce second place because then I'm going to tell you who first place is. First place was on the seam between the concrete and the asphalt the entire day. Impossible, but on rails. Did not lose once. Your winner, Connor O'Sullivan. And Huey Carney in second place.
Good job, Huey!
Absolutely. Eddie. I'll pick you up. I'll let you guys get your photos first.
You want to go interview the drivers?
Yeah, I can do an interview with the drivers. All right, they're going to get their photos, and then I'm going to hit the hard-hitting questions here. The mic's been passed off. Oh, dude, hold on. Jake.
Yeah, get in there, Jake.
Get in there, Jake! Come on, man. Absolutely killing the game out there. There you go. Good job. There's no fourth base thing. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Jake's a nice guy. Congratulations, man. Congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
I'm not gonna lie, I gotta pick up this guy though. Dude, congratulations, man. Good job, man. You fucking earned it, dude. You busted your fucking ass. Good job. Good job getting the tires figured out, man. You put that car together. These guys have absolutely been killing it. This guy spent all last season trying to find grip, went ahead and got on these new Zek Novas and absolutely held it down today. I'm glad that I got to go against you too bad. My car didn't decide it wanted to be there, but you know, it works out. How are you feeling, man?
I'm glad that, yeah, we made it this far. We figured out some sauce in the car, and we're just going to get better and come back next time for round 2, and hopefully we'll get second or third or, you know, progress from here.
Yeah, and I really hope that you, from the bottom of my heart, your driving level has been incremental every single round. So all of last season, continuously getting better, and then obviously you've been killing this offseason. You really put a lot of work in. We can see it on the track, and look at where you are now. Dude,
Thank you. I appreciate it.
good job, man.
Thanks, bro.
Absolutely. So, who wants to talk next? Huey, come here. Huey, come here. We're going to just go out of order on purpose, man. You came a long way, didn't you?
I did, a very long way.
And
10-hour flight.
10-hour flight. Where are you coming from?
England.
England. No wonder an American beat you. Wait a minute, he's not American. Ah, God. That was a funny joke, though, right? 1776, 250 years, America's the best. Anyways, how are you feeling, bud?
I'm feeling good. We came here with the goal of podium, and we got that. So I'm happy.
Dude, so goals achieved, check mark. You go ahead and planted your flag here, and are you going to be coming back?
Hopefully. I'll have to ask Frank and David really nicely, but hopefully.
Dude, I love to see it. We got some commitment. We're going to see him next round. I'm not going to be as nice and break my car this time, so you're going to have to face me too, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
Absolutely killer driving, by the way, dude. You absolutely put it together. All right, man, come here. Come here. Dude, no one's a stranger to this guy. He is out here busting his ass. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that on the live stream. Busting his booty. Dude, how are we feeling?
I feel great. The car feels great. It's my first competition and second practice, I guess, with the supercharger, and it's feeling really good.
So I was just about to say, I heard it whining out there, and I was like, oh my gosh, he did do it. He actually put the supercharger on. Do you think that was the difference out here? Was just that little extra power, or were we fighting grip, or do you think it was seat time?
I think ultimately it's just seat time because that's driver mod's always going to be the best way to win. It's never going to be just who has the better build. It doesn't work like that. So
Yeah,
I think
the build's important, but
yeah. But seat time's definitely number one.
Well, we were joking around in the drivers' meeting. You're how old again?
17.
17. 17 has a pro car, basically, a girlfriend, and a loving family that supports him and is here with you guys. Dude, it's winning life, right? We could all cheer him on. Absolutely great job, man. Of course.
Awesome, Jake.
And last, but certainly not least, he actually got a check to say he's first. Connor O'Sully, how are you doing, buddy?
Doing good.
Dude, what are we feeling right now?
I don't know, I needed this. I've had a rough year in Formula Drift, and coming out here is like the funnest I've had competing in a long time. So I'm happy I came out. It was a good time.
So the question on everybody's mind is how many toddlers, I mean people that don't have a license, does it take for you to beat up? Like, do you think if two guys were driving you at the same time, they could have won?
I don't know. Maybe we'll see next round.
Okay. The reason I say that is he is obviously a license holder. You guys have been here on the stream the entire time. Man has been really putting his dues in, working it out. Came in not the comp car, which we appreciate. You came in the neglected baby, from what I understand.
Knocked the dust off her. She's ripping.
Dude, I love to hear it. He says he does oil changes and that's it. And I'm over here blowing motors. What in the world am I supposed to do?
This is my first track I've ever drove on 5 years ago when I got into drifting. Klutch Kickers was my first competition, so it was cool. It's special to be back. So
That's amazing. So 5 years ago, so you got to do Emerald Coast.
Emerald Coast, yeah, round 3 was my first one.
Okay, so round 3, I was pitting. I was working with Andrew and somebody else. With the changeover, obviously, change of ownership, it's gone through a lot of venues. How do you feel the Klutch Kickers name is carried on? Do you think it's still there?
Yeah, I think it's cool. I mean, especially doing the Pro-Am, giving these drivers a license or opportunity to get a license is awesome. And Ken's awesome for our drifting culture and just putting on events all the time. So,
Dude, oh, I'd love to see it.
Klutch Kickers is awesome.
You heard it here first. This guy's saying Klutch Kickers is awesome. We've got 2 more rounds of this bad boy, and if you guys aren't coming down to drive, there was a top 16 instantly. If you're looking for a pro license or you want to just have some fun, make sure you guys come on to the next round, and we're going to see you guys next time.
Good job.